8:21 and we are here live at Jabi Primary School 1, Abuja Municipal. My name is Tion Joseph from Leadership TV, but the big question remains, where are the INEC officials? As you can see around, people are already standing and waiting, and some, as we heard from them, they have been here as at 6 a.m. But the question remains, where are the INEC officials? It looks that the people are ready to make it happen this time, and they are waiting to see the Nigeria of their future. Please pan around, let the people see the amount of Nigerians already out here at Jabi Primary School, Abuja Municipal Council. We'll be giving you more live updates as the time goes.
Okay, since when have you been here? 5 minutes ago. So what is your expectation? Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Not really. I expect that I should see a lake. And people are already supposed to be there, because this is, if it can happen inside city center, it's not seen them by now. What about
what's your number? 285. And you said you came here like what you are seeing. You expected more?
I expected to see them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Tell us your name. Since when have you been here?
I've been here for the past 20 minutes.
For the past 20 minutes. So what is your expectation?
Well, my expectation is to see that people have started presentation, or they have started organizing people, because I learned that the places will be split into 5 polling booths here inside this place. But as you can see, everybody is just loitering everywhere. We don't even have a specific direction, waiting for the INEC staff to arrive. That's the situation.
Alright, thank you very much. Since when have you been here?
Just
10 minutes ago. Okay, so what is your expectation?
came this official and I'm waiting. The someone is giving the number.
Okay.
I don't know the numbers from.
Okay, so you are number 288 and you came 10 minutes ago. Okay.
And my wife there, her number is 288.
Okay, so are you happy with what you are saying? Why is that?
Because time now you can see it's 8:27. We're supposed to be INEC officials supposed to be here now. Waiting for the process supposed to be started now. But if they came out when we're going to start the voting and the accommodation, start voting. We are not happy at all.
Thank you very much. Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely, say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Ahmad Tinubu da matarsa Remi a wannan rumfa da ke nan a Alhausa Ikeja wuri ya cakuɗe babu da zamu yi amma ga shi nan muna kawo muku abin da ya sawaka ana kokarin a tura manema labarai a samu wurin da zai ba da zai tsaya ba mu da tabbacin ma zai iya samu yayi ma wato jama'a kai ga ya wato kada asaba amma Tinubu Hausa za ta ci gaba da kasancewa a wannan rumfa ta Tinubu inda ni da Habibin Umar Dutsen Kura zan ci gaba da kokarin ganin na wato samun abin da ya saba daga wannan rumfa ta Tinubu ga shi dai ga matarsa ga kuma hakimi yanzu shi Tinubu yana kokari wato a tantance sana a tantance shi zai wato
Okay. Mo ń lo video náà ni. If you are not using camera, you be fresh.
Please give us chance, please.
ga mai girma Allah da a shugaba da wakil ya iso Allah shi ma shugaban kasa dadi Allah shi ma shugaban kasa dadi Allah shi ma shugaban kasa dadi ga mai girma Allah da a shugaba da wakil ya iso Allah shi ma shugaban kasa dadi Allah shi ma shugaban shugaban kasa dadi. Allah shi ma shugaban kasa dadi.
Exactly 8:21, and we are here live at Jabi Primary School 1, Abuja Municipal. My name is Joseph from Leadership TV. Because are the INEC officials, as you can see around, people are already standing and waiting. And some, as we heard from them, they have been here as at 6 a.m. But the question remains, where are the INEC officials? It looks that the people are ready to make it happen this time, and they are waiting to see the Nigeria of their future. Please pan around, let the people see the amount of Nigerians already out here at Jabi Primary School 1, Abuja Municipal area. We'll be giving you more live updates as the time goes.
Okay, since when have you been here? 5 minutes ago. So what is your expectation? Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Not really. I expect that I should see a lake official because this is after interview and they are not here and people are already. So it's supposed to be there because this is, if it can happen inside city center, I have not seen them by now. What about the local people?
Were you given a number when you came? Okay, what's your number?
285.
285. And you said you came here like 5 minutes ago. Okay, so you are not happy with what you are seeing. Okay, you expected more.
I expected to see them.
Okay.
So they have not started.
Thank you. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Andrew.
Okay, since when have you been here?
I've been here for the past 20 minutes.
The past 20 minutes. So what is your expectation?
Well, my expectation is to see that people have started the application or they have started organizing people, because I learned that the place is to be split into 5 polling booths here inside this place. But as you can see, everybody is just loitering everywhere. We don't even have a specific direction, waiting for the INEC staff to arrive. That's the situation.
Alright, thank you very much. Since when have you been here?
Just
10 minutes ago. Okay, so what?
This INEC official.
10 minutes ago.
And my wife here, her number is 288.
Okay, so are you happy with what you are seeing? Why is that?
Because time now you can see it's 8:26. Supposed to be INEC officials supposed to be here. Voting for the process supposed to be start now. But if they came now, I don't know when we're going to start the voting and the
Moving to a better we found that what I know is that there's a lot of votes. You know, there's the element are not to start the name of this to them
Tinubu da matarsa Remi a wannan rumfa da ke nan a Lahusa Ikeja wuri ya cakuɗe ba da za mu yi amma dai gashi nan muna kawo muku abin da ya sawaka ana kokarin a tura manema labarai da suka sama da wato ɗaruruwan manema labarai kafofin yaɗa labarai da ke a nan wurin ba a samu wurin da zai ba wato da zai tsaya ba mu da tabbacin ma zai iya samu ya yi ma wato jama'a kai ga ya wato kada kasa ba amma biyu Hausa za ta ci gaba da kasancewa a wannan inda ni da Haridin Umar Dutsen Kura zan ci gaba da kokarin ganin na abin da ya sauka daga wannan rufafi da kuma hakimi yanzu shi Tinubu yana kokari wato a tantance shi bayan an tantance shi daga nan zai wato
You know, we're not campaigning. So we can't talk about anybody's support now. But they're not supporting me. Nobody's supporting me. Those who are supporting me are supporting themselves. I'm supporting myself as well. We want a better Nigeria. So when you take it that you're supporting me, you're thinking it's me, I'm equally feeling the burden. You know, we're not campaigning any longer. So we can't talk about anybody's support now. But they're not supporting me. Nobody's supporting me. We want a better Nigeria. So when you take it that you're supporting me, you're thinking it's me, I'm equally feeling the burden.
Our son is back. Okuta is back. Okuta is back.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Tinubu da matarsa Remi a wannan rumfa da ke nan a Alhausa Ikeja wuri ya cakuɗe babu da zamu amma dai gashi nan muna kawo muku abin da ya sawaka ana kokarin a tura manema labarai da suke sama da wato ɗaruruwan manema labarai ta kuma yaɗa labarai da ke a nan wurin ba a samu wurin da zai ba wato da zai tsaya ba mu da tabbacin ma zai iya samu yayi ma wato jama'a su da shi amma dai gashi nan kai ga ya wato kada asaba amma Hausa za ta ci gaba da kasancewa a wannan rumfa ta Tinubu inda ni da Haridin Umar Dutsen Kura zan ci gaba da kokarin ganin na wato samun abin da ya sauka daga wannan rumfa ta Tinubu ga shi dai ga matarsa ga kuma hakimi yanzu shi Tinubu yana kokari wato a tantance sana a tantance shi bayan an tantance shi daga nan zai wato Tinubu da matarsa Remi a wannan rumfa da ke nan a Alhausa Ikeja wuri ya cakuɗe babu da zamu amma dai gashi nan muna kawo muku abin da ya sawaka ana kokarin a tura manema labarai da suke sama da wato ɗaruruwan manema labarai ko kuma yaɗa labarai da ke a nan wurin ba a samu wurin da zai ba wato da zai tsaya ba mu da tabbacin ma zai iya samu yayi ma wato jama'a tsaro amma dai gashi nan kai ga ya wato kada kasa ba amma ya Hausa za ta ci gaba da kasancewa a wannan rumfa ta Tinubu inda ni Zaharaddin Umar Dutsen Kura zan ci gaba da kokarin ganin na wato samun abin da ya sawaka daga wannan rumfa ta Tinubu ga shi dai ga matarsa ga kuma hakimi yanzu shi Tinubu yana kokari wato a tantance sana a tantance shi bayan an tantance shi daga nan zai wato
Dear Nigerians, your vote
is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
No, can start talking. Go on.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Please don't crash. Okay.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
afternoon, viewers. Welcome to Leadership Television, Nigeria Decide, Studio 2023. My name is Bode Gbadebo, and of course, this morning we shall be bringing you all the updates about the ongoing 2023 general election taking place everywhere across the country. I have with me in the studio this morning leadership in-house analyst Silas Eziogu.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Silas, and of course our political correspondent Sunday Iswa. Sunday, welcome to Nigeria Decide 2023 studio. Like I said, we shall be bringing updates about the election ongoing as we speak. But now, quickly, let's talk about the general atmosphere. Let's hear from you, Silas. What are your observations this morning?
Yes, the areas, my areas where I live in this state, so I would say that most of people
rich people's place.
It's not rich people's place. I say
Okay.
it's small estate like that. Most of them are conducting themselves in a gentle, organized way. The major problem I saw with some of them, their polling units have been moved, and they didn't know until they got there. So when they now got there, they started looking for where nearby.
I heard about that this morning.
So that's what most of them are. But some of them have phones that are accessing INEC portal to find out where that can move. Otherwise, there's not been any incident that will warrant too much attention from for us by the point I left.
All right, Sunday.
Yeah.
It's a general overview.
Well, a lot of people are eager to vote, but we still see some people who don't really care about the election. Because I saw some youth, by the Nyanya Bridge playing their football. They don't really care what is happening. And these people are more than the voting age. So you can't say that they are minors or they are children that can't vote. They are more than 18 years. So you should expect this kind of people to have been at the forefront of voting, but then they are there playing football. Then on the road, generally, you still see other people, trying to do their businesses, people selling food and selling handkerchief and all that. But basically, these people will not be able to vote because they don't really care about the process. But we have seen people, who are eager, to vote. So you can see that this election is coming with a mixed reaction. While others are interested in voting, some are playing football, some are going about their businesses, and I think is uncalled for. This is a deciding moment for the country.
Yeah.
I think every Nigerian should be interested on the process, and we have seen people voting. There are a lot of reports coming in and there, but we still have to verify the authenticity of this information. But generally, we have seen that a lot of people want this process to be peaceful, and they are eager to elect their next leader.
Yeah, let me just say something on this.
Okay.
That they are prepared for this man doesn't mean they're not going to vote. They're not interested in voting.
Oh.
I have done
So maybe they just try to
do
go and exercise before
and
voting.
then
But I think they said the earlier the better.
I passed that same place, maybe after you. And when I got to that place, somebody put people again. They all disappeared.
They closed for the day.
Do you understand? So they have just gone for another morning exercise, and waiting for any people to come. Those people don't come that early in order to exercise and then still go and catch the because the voting will carry on from now till evening. I think by 2:30 they will stop people join the line, so they can maybe want to go in, and join the line and vote later. But to say they are not interested, it may not be competitive.
Well, you're not showing any seriousness. Honestly,
no,
yes, we have had reports of many people that have voted this morning.
And
now, if you go and you are playing football, and at the end of the day, you are in a new polling unit, and INEC have closed that place, will you be able to vote? You can't vote.
That's no. I agree with you if you say seriousness, but they can tell you to bring in everything I want to do in a day.
Well, I think
and
the most
is that those who are selling food, those who are voting, there's no they can collapse if they save for money tonight. They didn't eat. You understand? So those who are bringing food are also happy they people to be energized to also stay as long as some people are going to bed at 6 p.m. and some of them didn't eat before leaving. So some of these services might help even the voting process. So what I'm saying that don't just rule them out. Everything was for purpose.
Oh, I said that.
And two, remember that before the primaries, a lot of people didn't have that. they're not even interested in the process. Just after the primaries of APC and PDP, there are a lot of people who are like described about the whole thing. So they woke up and said they wanted to register and vote. And they were begging INEC to extend the voting and the registration process by to the 3 months it should last, so they can enroll. So many of them were cut out, and were not able to register because they stopped that thing a bit early. So some of these will not even have cards to vote because they tried and they get. So those are things, you need to, because you are busy this day, they need to sit down with one person and say, why are you not voting? What are you planning to vote for? They can now get the person's reason why. Of course, that those who are not indifferent.
All right, Salah,
that can happen.
Yes, yeah. I think Sunday raised a valid point. He also raised a valid point. Yes, I think the good news is that more people, from all indication, more people are ready to participate in this general election. And that's and more turnout, more than what we recorded in 2019. Now let's look at INEC preparedness regarding logistics. There were reports about, my name was supposed to be at this polling unit. Later, I found out it's elsewhere. People don't even know where to vote. Then the most disturbing one is INEC official missing at 8 o'clock at a lot of polling units. Even Tinubu's polling unit in Ikeja, Lagos State, as of 8 something, they were not there until about 10 before they came. I don't know, maybe, transportation, logistics, and the rest of them. Will you say INEC is on top of the game or not?
Well, they were not on top of their game because the laws provide that polling units are open by 8:30. So in fact, INEC officials are even supposed to be at the polling unit before 8:30. And so if you arrive there at 10 o'clock or after 10, that means you are violating the law.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
but I saw some of them by 7 o'clock. They were there. No. I saw people waiting by 7 o'clock.
People are
waiting for INEC officials to show their readiness to vote.
People will always be there to wait for INEC official. But INEC need to improve on their logistics because this thing is a preparation that money have been given for a period of
something
time.
You are prepared for a long time, so there is no excuse on election day.
An excuse because we have recorded so many late arrival of INEC officials, even in the Federal Capital Territory, even in state capital. So one expects that villages or communities that are far away from where the sensitive materials were kept should experience this kind of delays. But in federal capitals, in state capitals, you still see delay of materials, getting.
So what will now happen in hard to reach areas like riverine areas? But Silas, you see these little hitches, glitches, affecting the election at the end of the day in any way?
It may not. It will affect the election in a way because there will be delayed voting, and then at the end of the time, some people may not get to vote on that day. And if the vote is not extended the next day, it can be ruled out. Or they can stay a whole day. Possibly they could have just voted by 12. They go and do that. But because of the late arrival, the processes start. Some may extend to voting in the night, and the longer you stay in the election period night, the more risky it is. You don't understand? And people can even, out of frustration, and begin to show restiveness, because they have been there for so long. So it's not a good development. Like Sonny said, it's on point. Today's people in the South said the war that was pre-announced does not take even a cripple by surprise.
Exactly, you also have that same idea.
So you make preparations ahead of time on that day.
For one,
even if you don't sleep so I can get by 7 a.m. so that you set up all your processes so that by 8:30 you start with the first candidate. You understand, the first voter. That's what it should be. But I know that some of them, like someone said, if it's far away places, far from places, hard to reach places, but it's in the center of town. What can you say is excuse? So I think that going forward, what I can do is design some kind of technology that immediately you get to your place of work on election day, you click in. So the NEC can tell the time you came, and if you are not able to account for the delay, you come in. You'll be penalized for it. The allowance can be seized or something like that. So that
I hope that with something.
That's
like
the only way. You know, when you pick post pockets, that's the only way they will sit up and do that work. Why would they come at 10? Now you're already 2 hours late or 10.5 hours late.
Yeah,
and people start going there at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's just 7 o'clock.
So they take 3 hours before you come. You start the process. So it's not a good thing. But I know it's not general. You say some came by 7, some came later. You know, people are different.
Yeah, people
and also have different challenges. Each person has a particular challenge. You can understand. But if it's a general thing, it's not a good thing for us.
Oh, all right. Would you say security-wise, the Nigerian police and other, as the lead agency in providing security for the election, and other security agencies have done well, security-wise?
The ones I've noticed for now.
At least what you can say in Abuja.
What can I say in Abuja for now? The bird everywhere, you know. What I cannot say for now is if there are challenges to security, how they will react. Do you understand? Because I was in a polling booth during the last election, and just beside me, people were sharing money from a car, and the person was sitting by. Not the person, several people were milling around the place. In fact, the way the captain was like, they expect to get their own share at the end of the day. I'm sorry to say it. They were all concerned. In fact, they were all as if nothing wrong was going on. That was a crime. I went to go and report to them, and I said, if I for the Oga, as if they don't have the right to do something, and the guy is not around. So what I want to see is that if they are actually, you know, the presence of police, security agencies in uniform especially, they have those who can cause trouble in a place. But those who are determined to cause trouble, who are prepared already, who are armed already, you know, to cause trouble. Those who will come prepared to impact on the system and destabilize the system. So what I want to see is that how they react, you know, to a situation where the security of a polling area is challenged. That's what will tell me whether they can react positively or negatively. You know, their presence is okay. But I want to see how they react if somebody's trying to.
What would you say about security? Because while coming to office this morning, I saw policemen everywhere. In fact, they barricaded the city gate. So if you don't have any business coming to the city center, they will turn you back. Would you rate them good or bad?
Well, it's too early to rate them whether they are doing well or not. But this process started since last night. You know, we left the office maybe around 2 a.m. and all that. So we still see the security men, you know, stopping vehicles who don't have business moving around. But you still see these people passing, you know. So what transpired? Something may have transpired because some people don't even have the pass, you know, but you see them passing. Like in Karo area, where at the express, you know, coming to town, you have about 4 checkpoints that are very close. Now, but in these checkpoints, all those vehicles will pass the first checkpoint, reach the second checkpoint. You will see they will still stop some people there. Then pass to the next checkpoint. You will still see that they stop some people there. So, you know, it's about what transpired. Something will happen, then they allow them to pass. If they reach certain checkpoint, something will likely happen.
So there is no synergy.
And at the end of the day, there was an INEC ad hoc staff that entered another vehicle. So the soldier man that was you know, on the road now said that I should help this guy, that he entered the wrong car. So because he asked the other vehicle to park, since the driver does not have any business going to town.
Of course.
So I have to take that one, and I brought him to Federal Secretariat, you know, for him to continue his work.
Was he on essential service?
Yes, I saw his ID card and all that. And so, well, the security men, they are doing their work, but it's too early for us to judge. Yeah.
What the security performance is all about. All right, viewers, we need to go on a short break. When we come back, we shall be dissecting the front page of today's Nigeria's most influential newspaper, The Leadership. And also, we shall take you through the states of the Federation to hear live report from our correspondent. It's still Nigeria Decide 2023. Don't go away.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Welcome back. It's still Nigeria Decide 2023 here at the Leadership Television. Now, as I said earlier, we're bringing you the front page of the Leadership this morning. And as you can see, it's an interesting story there as our lead story. An election like no other. Tension high as Nigeria decide in make or ma votes. With forecasts ranging from a runoff to an upset or landslide, Africa's largest democracy keeps anxious world guessing. Silas, this headline.
This is just very. It just captures.
There couldn't be a better way.
Yeah, just some that headline somewhere as you said, moment of truth. You know, that's also interesting. But this one catches it, captures it exactly the way it is. The attention you land is in make or ma vote in Nigeria, and everybody is guessing. Wonder what's going to happen. For the first time in a long time, we're going to election that nobody knows how it's going to turn.
Yeah. Too close to call.
Too close to call.
And we have 4 leading candidates out of 18.
There are actually 3 of them.
3. For you, it's 3.
For most people, it's 3.
The Labour Party is Peter Obi.
The 4 people there are people politicians.
The PDP
are the politicians contesting. But look at the campaign, the way the campaign has gone, the pace of the campaign, the massiveness of the campaigns. If if you catch the atmosphere, everybody talking about 3 people on the ballot. That's why we are coming a different fault from the way it is going. But the vote to decide. That's why I say, the vote is a moment of truth. At the end of by tomorrow we know the figures.
Are you sure by tomorrow we know? Hope I know.
If we are working with technology of
guessing till 5 days.
So to have it start,
technology should help us make it
faster.
faster.
Now we're no longer technology. But if from polling unit to the portal results are going.
We need to keep it there. Let's speak. We have a guest waiting for us from a remote location. Olamilekan Adefolami, Public Affairs Analyst, joining us remotely. Good afternoon, Mr. Olamilekan Adefolami. Okay, he's not with us. Alanti is not with us. Now, what do you make of the leadership lead story this morning?
Well, the lead story is very rich and it captures the essence of this exercise today. You see, the people that are in the top 4, let me use that word, they are politicians that have done their homework very well. And so that is why, unlike other elections, these elections, nobody knows who will win until the result start trickling in. But
Yeah.
a lot of them campaign and all that. We have seen everybody campaign based on what he wants to do for Nigeria. So it's left for them now to decide who will take over from Buhari.
All right, Sunday, we'll still come back to leadership front page and build some, check the statistics provided on the front page. Now, let's go to Kaduna, where our correspondent is waiting to give us updates as to what is happening about the election. We have been joined by Azza Unswe from Kaduna. Azza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, so quickly, give us an update. What is happening in Kaduna?
No, the Kaduna is very peaceful. As you can see, I'm at Angwan-Seriki here. This is where the governor of the state, Governor Maram Nasir El-Rufai, is expected to cast his vote at Angwan-Seriki GRA here. The governor came, I think, as early as 9 o'clock. We were here, but INEC staffs, officials, and came with electoral materials. They came a little bit late because I think as of 9:30, that was when the voting started. The governor came and the governor is still on the queue waiting to cast his votes. Hello, sir.
Yes,
Sir?
I'm with you. So tell me, have you seen Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai voting?
No, the
Has he
governor is
voted?
still
Kaduna
on the
State
queue.
Governor Nasir El-Rufai, has he voted?
No, the governor has so far spent about an hour on the queue waiting to cast his votes, and he's still there with some of his aides. He's still on the line, on the queue, waiting to cast his votes. As you can see, if you can see it very well at my background, you see the long queue, which the governor is still there waiting to cast his votes.
Oh, that's very serious. The Kaduna State Governor is unable to vote as we speak. Now, did INEC tell you anything yet about what is responsible for the delay?
No, the delay is not so. The issue here is that the governor, even from 2015 to 2019 general elections, anytime the governor is here, the governor normally spends hours on the queue to cast his votes. And even today, he's still there. It's not the fault of the INEC, but the queue is long and he's still waiting to cast his votes.
Oh, so let me get it right. The governor chooses to be on the queue, a long queue.
Yes,
he doesn't
to
want
wait for his turn,
okay.
to cast his vote.
Trying to show some examples there. It's a
Yes.
good leadership example he's showing. All right, many
Yes,
thanks to you,
good leadership
Azza
example.
Munswe, leadership correspondent from Kaduna State. Many thanks. We'll get back to you when time
thank you.
permits. Thank you very much. All right, did you hear that? That's why Kaduna State Governor is still on a long queue because he wants to show a leadership example, a good leadership example.
That's a good one.
I've also seen Kano State Governor Umar Ganduji on a queue. Yes,
that's good.
But I don't know whether his zone is long or short.
No, the fact the person said to queue up, shows some kind of leadership kind of example. Okay, everybody orderly, turn by turn. You understand?
Yeah.
Be on the queue and so.
And I think it will actually send a clear message to the voters that they cannot be unruly. If a governor of the state can be orderly,
can't be unruly. That is pure politics because these are the same people who don't even obey a simple traffic light. And so when it comes to voting, they are there to
talking election.
So if they cannot obey a simple traffic light, that waiting is still for their own benefit.
But somebody must start.
At the end of the day, they know that if they vote and go back to their houses, something
the man control what's happening there.
Yes. So as they are there, somebody is seeing their face. They likely vote for candidates. So they are still campaigning while on the line.
But for me, if these are same people who have not been obeying court order, they have not been obeying traffic lights. Maybe today is starting with trying to be orderly on a voting queue to start from there.
You don't learn. Our people say you don't learn left hand at old age. If your left hand is start from childhood, they're just trying to play politics to look good in the eye.
You see, no, okay, now I think we are having a picture of Kano State Governor in his village, in Gandude village of Dawakin Tofa local government area of Kano State on the queue. That man in the sky blue Agbada Babariga is Kano State Governor, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje. Good example too. Good example here.
See, like I said before, I said politicians are politicians, you know. And I remember one of the presidential candidates of presidential saying that this political is political, you know. So this politics is political. So they can do that, but you need to show if you know character is something that is consistent. You understand? If you cannot obey, if you cannot obey simple traffic rule, obey some court order, cannot even enter some governments. You say that the government is for the people. You know you do a government in order to serve the people, not to take their property away for yourself. We're not going to be a Candola issue. If not because he has a unity. If he should doesn't because of the that corruption. So let's say now that Pushan, they can do anything as long as it favors them. As long as they can gain from it.
All right.
You see in this crowd now, those who are here can be free to vote.
We need to quickly go to Lagos where Yusuf Babalola is waiting for us. Yusuf Babalola joins us live from Lagos State. Good morning, Yusuf. All right, I don't think Yusuf is available. Let me go to Lokoja, Kogi State, capital city, where Yoban Omani is also. Can you hear me?
Okay.
All right. No one seems to be available. So I think we need to go back to the front page of the leadership newspaper to finish our discussion of this segment. Now, so now let's look at what we have on the front page of leadership and newspapers Sunday. We have 4 people lined up: Peter Obi, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Waziri Atiku Abubakar, and of course, Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. You can see a few background information about them. Peter Obi, 61-year-old. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is 70-year-old. Atiku Abubakar is 76. And of course, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso is 66. Kwankwaso is contesting at this stage as a candidate for the first time, presidential candidate. He had made attempt before. He lost at primaries. But for the first time, he is the candidate of a political party. Atiku Abubakar is contesting for the 6th time. I am not aware at any point whether he has lost primary in the past. He has never lost primary election. Whenever he wants to contest, he gets the ticket.
No, he lost primary election during the APC merger.
Oh,
yes,
once, yes. He lost primary election once in 2014 to President Muhammadu Buhari. Well, Tinubu is also contesting for the first time after his stints as the governor of Lagos State many years ago. And Peter Obi is also contesting at this stage for the first time. 18 parties are the one battling, in this election, but we have 4 as the front runners. Now, what are their chances? We really want to call this election silent. Very difficult.
It is too close to call.
Okay. We want to call this election.
Well, it's difficult because if you look at the candidate, each one of them, have his own strengths and weaknesses, and so it will take time for us to begin to see clearer who will emerge. But from the previous analysis, apart from the polling that I don't want to talk about, the previous analysis, people feel that, well, this election may not be concluded in the first ballot, but I don't think so. I think a winner will emerge, but anything can happen. Anything can happen because the candidates are very strong, especially the first 3 in our front page are very strong candidates. They will have their own regional based votes and all that. So there are a lot of things to be considered, like the Peter Obi, the Tinubu Atiku and the Kwankwa. So everybody, is banking on certain things. Some people are banking on their popularity. Some people are banking on their governors. Some people are banking on the popularity of their political party. And some people are banking on what they have done before. And so it's very difficult at this point to begin to say that, okay, this is the person that will emerge.
All right, we come to the all sports states as listed by Leadership newspaper. But Alant Yusuf Babalola has rejoined us from Lagos. Good morning, Yusuf. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, Yusuf is not with us. I think you need to rejoin us. Silas, about 7 states are listed as hotspots. I don't know if you know the reason why. Lagos, Kano, Borno, Zamfara, Enugu, Ebonyi, Imo, and Taraba states are listed as hotspots.
Yes. Every election season, depending on when candidates you have contending forces, that would decide the kind of tension, politics of the day can generate in an area. Lagos, we know that Lagos is Lagos.
Yeah, Lagos has history.
It has history.
The Agberos want to influence election, harass people
of West Africa. and I'm sorry to say it, that place has Agbero city for a long time. City like Lagos that's one of the most notable cities in the world, also known as the city of Agbero. If I even have some billionaire Agberos there who are well known for being Agbero. Recently, a former police chief, the deputy commissioner of police also, left, either resigned or retired to become a deputy chief Agbero in Lagos. That's how the creative Agbero business is in Lagos. And they have a master who is also running for the election. So that is, Lagos. If you look at, I was telling somebody off stage ago, when nobody was attacked, yeah, and then have carved out as their own fiefdom. And every other person come from outside, they do everything to frustrate the person, to attack the person, to make the person, in the place in no area. I want to talk about River State. Okay.
Sonia will come back to you to also discuss why Kano is listed as a hotspot. But let's also go back to Lagos, where Alant Yusuf Babalola has rejoined us. Good morning, Yusuf. Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for.
All right, quickly
Yusuf
for
Babalola.
tell us what is
Presently, I've been to unit of the presidential candidate of. Yes, Lagos or 2 places. Violence was reported at Surulere constituency and also at Ajeromi Ifelodun constituency. That's just the 2 places that violence have been reported. But other places are very, very peaceful. People are going on voting smoothly. Beavers is working efficiently. And also, the governor has voted. The presidential candidate of APC has also voted. I was in his polling unit this morning. I've also visited the polling unit of the governor. And presently, I just left the polling unit of the former Southwest national, the deputy national chairman of PDP, Chief Olabode George, who voted with his wife at his polling unit at Ikoyi. So everywhere is peaceful except for pocket of violence at Ajeromi Ifelodun and Sule, which I think is also under control.
Yusuf, are you aware whether police and other security agencies are moving to restore normalcy or not?
Yes. Police have moved in to restore normalcy. Police have moved in to restore normalcy. Yes, I can say that. Police have moved in. According to information gathered, police have moved in to restore normalcy in these places where they were violent. So not violence really, just I think it was by ballot snatching and that was reported.
All right, thank you, Yusuf Babalola, for joining us live from Lagos. We'll get back to you if time permits. Stay safe. All right, that was Yusuf Babalola, leadership correspondent in Lagos. All right, we're being also joined by Asiwaju Ashiru Idris, Commissioner of Finance, Kogi State. Good morning, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, my brother. I'm Asiwaju Ashiru Idris, Commissioner of Finance.
All right, Honorable Commissioner.
I'm with you. Yes. I'm not hearing you. Hello? Oh, maybe network.
All right, since we are having a network glitch connecting with the Honorable Commissioner for Finance in Kogi State. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
All right, Honorable Commissioner, tell us what is happening in Kogi as we speak.
As we speak, it's everywhere is peaceful. Our people are orderly because we know about the democracy problem. This is Kogi West.
So how hopeful is your party, the APC, in this election?
We are, our logo, our slogan, everything is renew hope. So we are hopeful, and by the grace of God.
I think that connection is not too good. That was the Honorable Commissioner for Finance of Kogi State, Asiwaju Ashiru Idris. Now, Sunday, Kano was listed as hotspot. That's history of violence, electoral violence. So could there be any other reason for that?
Yes. Recently there are some local government officials that have been arrested with weapons in Kano State. But then that is not the only problem. If you remember, the present governor of the state, who was the deputy governor when Kwankwaso, a presidential candidate of the NNPP, was the governor of the state, they had some issues. They have differences, especially in the last election. And if you remember, that governorship election have to be pushed to the second ballot. So Kwankwaso will want to get the vote of Kano. He will want to win by a landslide, since it is his home state. Ganduje, on the other hand, he has been following Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the APC, to different places. So there is that assurance that, okay, I am going to deliver these states to my party. And so, you see, there will be a lot of, heat up to the politics. The supporters of the PDP are also there, who will try to see that, okay, they deliver their votes to the presidential candidate of the PDP, that is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. So Kano will be a hot spot, not just because of the candidate, but because of the volume of the votes that normally come out from that state.
Exactly. Well, we need to go on a short break. When we come back, the discussion continues. Still Nigeria Decides 2023 studio. Don't go away.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
It's 2023 studio here at the Leadership Television. My name is Remains Body Gbadibo, and of course, I'm still with our Deputy Head of Story, Salas Ezegu, and in-house analyst, and Sunday Isua, who has been helping me to dissect updates and emerging stories about the ongoing 2023 general election. Now, reports reaching us says Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike was unable to vote due to Beaver's error. We keep you updated as events unfold. Now, Silas, you said you won't be able to call this election.
Nobody who is kind of neutral. Can just say who will win.
But there are issues that dominated the campaign. Tribal issue, religious sentiment. At the end of the day, my own is, why can't Nigeria forget all those mundane sentiments and look at the issues presented by the leading candidate? For example, Atiku keeps saying, I'll restructure this country and I'll provide $10 billion for the empowerment of women. And those two things have been constant wherever he went during the campaign. And again, Peter Obi, Labour Party, keeps saying, well, he will change the status of the country from a consumption country to a production country. For Tinubu, yes, he keeps saying he will do things relatively from one state to the other. Exactly. And he will continue from one president, Muhammadu Buhari. He will be stopped. People are saying, they don't want anything about.
No, one campaign place, he said it's called the government F9. That was in a or something about. He said it's called the F9, but that was by the way.
So I think we should be more interested in the
Let me dissect it to it and without being shouting on this. The person who has concerns, look, don't vote on ethnic sentiment. Everybody buys bread. As bread is not cheaper in the than in the Kano or in the it's P2B. They were saying that don't vote on ethnic sentiment or religion because not makes life easier for you. Atiku was even from the last election, 2019 election, in this $1 billion one, it's time because here is more than every last. So it's time to capture that you push by doing that a lot of them $1 billion. The most to come from the APC candidate zone is one that you cannot really say what he's saying. You don't say Nigeria going to prosper again. You say one thing, yes, they don't want to. But all he's saying that they will make Nigeria a good country. If you remove his gaps and the insults to everybody, he has also been saying that he will make Nigeria prosperous again. And that's what I want to, to look at the positive aspect. That's what he has always been saying. So those things are there. So it's up to Nigerians now to look at. The alternate as one of the candidates said, look, if you look at the manifestos, they're all talking about how to do Nigeria well, but which of them has the conscience, the character, the competence, the capacity, both intellectual, physical, and otherwise, and in their past life, the assistants that can tell that this person, if given this kind of work, that will committed to it. Because the problem we have always had, even when Buhari came, Nigeria has come to fight the war. Nigeria came, security in the country even became even worse and transferred across Nigeria. So, and it has always been, accused of not having a political will to deal with the terrorists.
Even as a retired
soldier. Yes, and people even accuse him because
general.
Those who are doing these things come from his area and he doesn't want to go ahead. All those things we are. So we're looking at people who has the political will to look at issues and say people can't. It's nonsense. One of the things I've always been in the past administrations have been having attack in a state, in a community for 7 hours, 4 hours. And I've gone on Saturday and there's no response from the security forces for 4 hours. Even hear that attack is going on, and in the next 2 hours it's still going on. And nobody has gone to the community and are left to be slaughtered in their houses like chickens. So that's why people say that there's no political will. So we need among these men someone who has the political will. Talk the talk they're saying. Go to chefs. Reports for how much can turn from that to what to be. Because the courage, the character to walk it through. I want to say, you trust.
I need to leave it there, announce our correspondent River State and my own.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, it's a beautiful day. Yes, I can hear you. How is Port Harcourt today?
Fine, sir. If you watch through my back, you can see youth of voting age playing football on the street. I hope you are seeing that. Hello?
I hear you.
That's what you see on most streets in Port Harcourt on this election day. Those youths that are up to voting age, they're on the street playing football while election is going on. Another big thing is that I'm just close to Ward 4, Port Harcourt City local government area. As we speak, there's no election material or officials on ground to conduct the election. Then the Beavers disappointed our governor Nyesom Wike, so he couldn't vote. Out of annoyance, the man has gone back to his house. So these are things that are happening now in Port Harcourt on this election day.
I wanted to ask what are the INEC doing to make sure that the River State governor is able to vote, but you have already answered the question that governor actually let out of annoyance. That does make any meaning to you? Is it sending the right message to other voters or not? What would you say about that kind of attitude by the state governor?
Because when he was, his reaction, he expressed displeasure over the incident, saying that INEC should have kept its house in order before coming out to announce that it's really an election. The INEC officials on ground apologized over the incident, that they're going to, I don't know how many hours it's going to take them to ratify the error. Hello?
So, he didn't take the apology, he left.
No, after waiting for some time now, his continuous stay at the polling unit may pose a security threat. So he left. He went back to his father's house. Maybe when they are ready, when you now called me, I had to come out. When they are ready, they will call him to come and do the meeting.
So do you have similar incidents elsewhere, or that was limited to Governor Wike's polling unit only?
There is a similar incident in one community in Obiakpo local government area, Rumibo, but the issue was ratified almost immediately. So there were no people went on and voted. So the only one we are recording now is that of Rumibo unit Unit 16, Ward 9, Obiakpo local government area.
All right, many thanks to you, Mr. Anayo, for joining us live from Port Harcourt. We need you to stay safe, and we shall rejoin you if time permits us today. Many thanks to you. All right. So you heard what happened in Port Harcourt this afternoon. The governor was unable to vote. He left despite he was apologized to. He left. For me, I don't think he was sending the right message to other voters who might be on queue as of the time of that incident issue.
It's just for...
It happened to former President Goodluck Jonathan.
Before, yes. Before. And so it's just about, machines. People can't trust machine 100%. So there may be some downtime, but I believe that the governor will be able to vote, since
so maybe they will call him back.
And I will say that INEC officials said they are rectifying the error, and once they finish, he will come back.
Probably don't want to stay under the sun.
Yes, because he said his presence there at the polling unit may cause some security breaches.
Exactly.
So it's better for him to get to a safer place, then come back later and vote.
All right, Silas.
No, it's nothing is foolproof. No, sir. I know why it is, but I'm more down is that if you can't take a fingerprint, a face will be recognized by the machine. So if two of them didn't work, that maybe there's a pitch somewhere you fix it.
All right, many thanks to you, Salas Ezeagu, and of course Sunday Israel for being with me from the hours of 12 noon till this moment. Nigeria Decide 2023 studio continues after the hour, when Mariam Rabiu will give you the news update on the hour. Don't go away.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way.
TV.
Nigeria Decides News on Leadership TV. I am Mariam Rabiu. Police arrest 15 over alleged plots to hack INEC portal. The Katsina State Police Command has arrested 15 party agents over an alleged plot to hack into the server of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) in order to manipulate this Saturday's presidential and national election outcomes. The spokesman of the command, SP Gambo Isa, who disclosed this to reporters at the State Police Command headquarters on Friday, explained that the suspects were arrested with several electronic gadgets such as laptop and other tools. Isa added that the command was conducting an investigation into the matter and will communicate to the public the outcome of the investigation. Obasanjo expressed satisfaction over conduct of polls. The duo of Vice President Professor Yemi Osibanjo and former President Olusegun Obasanjo have expressed satisfaction over the conduct of ongoing 2023 general election by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). While the Vice President and his wife Dolapo exercised their civic responsibilities at the polling unit 02 of Ward 01 in Egunrege area of Ikene local government area of Ogun State, former President Obasanjo, however, cast his vote at polling unit 022 of Ward 2, Zone 6 of Olusomi Compound, Sokori in Totoro area of Abeokuta North local government area of the state. Speaking with journalists after casting his vote, the Vice President, who disclosed that Ogunrege polling unit, where he cast his vote, was peaceful, also expressed the optimism that same will be witnessed across the state. Beaver's introduction good for democracy, says Ganduje. Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State has commended the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the introduction of the Biomodal Voter Accreditation System (BVAS) for the 2023 general elections. Ganduje made the commendation shortly after casting his vote around 9:55 a.m. at Ganduje Chikengari polling unit 008 of Ganduje Ward in the Wakin-Tofa local government area of the state. Ganduje said there is really improvement in the technology introduced by INEC, which is better for democracy. According to him, the introduction of the new technology would go a long way in checking electoral malpractice or fraud. This is the end of the Nigeria Decide news for now. Please stay tuned. We'll come back later with more updates of the election. Thank you. Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Leadership Podcast. Yes, we're back. It's still Nigeria Decides 2023. And of course, election is ongoing across the country where Nigerians have thrown out en masse to cast their vote to elect the next president of the country, as well as the National Assembly elections. Well, we are going to look at some of the happenings and then we'll assess the way votings have actually been taking place. And let's see how things have changed from what entailed in 2019, 2015, and 2011. Well, we have gotten reports, and there are reports, complaints of being disenfranchised. Most Nigerians in Lagos protested heavily that they were denied access to voting, claiming that security operatives even shot at them. In Bayelsa, it is the same ball game. But the Independent National Electoral Commission has assured that nobody will be disenfranchised in the process. Although in most areas elections are peaceful, Nigerians casting their votes. We saw President Muhammadu Buhari, after casting his votes in Dara, his home state of Katsina, raise his ballot, showing Nigerians to see that he voted for the candidate of his own party, the governing All Progressive Congress. But before we begin to look at the issues at stake as voting progress, we have Sundays who are here who just came from the situation rooms of some election observers like Yaga Africa, and let's just hear what they have to say about the process so far. So, what is the mood and the thinking in the situation room of the election observers?
Well, generally, the situation room, the Yaga Africa situation room, the Center for Democracy Development situation room, the Clean Foundation situation room, and the civil society situation room generally, they feel that there is an improvement in the electoral process than what happened in 2019, and they attributed this improvement to the signing of the Electoral Act, which legitimized the use of electronic voting and electronic transmission of election result. Now, some of the indices they use in saying that there is improvement was that if not for the electronic voting, by now more violence would have been recorded in many states. And they also raised the fact that there is not much records of ballot box snatching now, as it were, in those days. So generally, the civil society organizations, which deploys thousands of observers across the polling units, have the view that there is an improvement. But they also raise an alarm concerning this issue of late arrival of materials. And we discussed this much earlier in the studio before we went for the break, that INEC have no excuse, to take electoral materials late, especially in places that are accessible, like in the Federal Capital Territory. In Lugbe area, people have been calling, telling us that in a polling booth, you only see one INEC official. And the same polling booth, before that single INEC official arrived at that place, it was after 10. In the Federal Capital Territory, not in places that you have to take a journey of 1 or 2 hours. No. These sensitive materials have been around. So there shouldn't have been issues of delay in taking these electoral materials. And if there are delays, why is it that we only have one electoral official in a polling booth where you have over 300 people? So it means that the process may take longer than necessary.
Thank you very much. So, well, for the delay in arrival of election materials and some pockets of violence, according to the Independent National Electoral Commission. The chairman of the commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, blamed the late commencement of votes in some polling units on logistic challenges during the presidential and National Assembly elections. Mahmoud said the late arrival of election officials and material also contributed to the late commencement. But he also assured Nigerians that all eligible voters who are in the queue before 2:30 p.m. will cast their votes. Yes, but Silas, we've been hearing this. There are issues of late commencement of the polls, which INEC has actually attributed to the late arrival of sensitive materials and its staff. That was magnanimous on his part to admit. Let's look at in areas where we are beginning to hear reports that people are being disenfranchised. In Lagos, they told them point blank that if you are not voting for APC, you are not going to vote here. In Bayelsa, we see protests in INEC office where most of the voters, Nigerians, said that they were not allowed to vote, protesting. How would you describe this kind of a situation in an election that INEC and the security forces, including the military, have actually assured that it will be a free, fair, and peaceful process?
Yeah, George, the question just asked was very, very genuine to the whole process.
Sorry, you could see what violence would have caused here. See chairs tumbled upside down, see ballot boxes thrown on the ground, and we see it's like they're even burning some of the ballot paper.
This is not altogether unexpected. Like it's so rightly said, there's a lessening of the violence with Bible snatching and such with materials, because of the coming of technology. In past, you don't even need to do all these things. You just sit down somewhere and write the result. You can queue up there for the whole day. Nobody bothers you. They'll just write the result somewhere. Okay? So that's all this time because they feel that the votes here will count. And they don't want the votes there to count. Possibly they feel that their own candidate support the dogs. Because the candidate that their sponsor is not going to do it in that area. So the best thing is to destroy it so that nobody will vote there. So it's unfortunate, but you should expect that in a place like Nigeria, with our democracy still, getting up the way it is, until go to a point where, those who commit such crimes are locked away. I must tell you that so from 2007, 2011, 2015, and last, 2015, and the people who have been committing electoral violence, they are still in the population. Most of them, are not been convicted or that's still, so they are there for the hire every year. So if I have locked away maybe 1,000 of them over the last, possibly the people who are going to do so will be afraid that if they do this kind of thing and they are caught, they go to jail. But in Nigeria, a lot of people commit crime and they get to because the security agencies are not up and doing. Now they told us that we find 470,000 security officials, 470,000. I think police, and you have the SSA, have the DSS, the self-defense, even the military, their own support. And you find that in the areas where that people cannot come vote, that there's no security there to protect innocent people who are going to vote. So who are deployed to those? Because I was listening to the NEC official, I was saying that there's at least 3 security people attached to each voting unit. A policeman, SS, and maybe self-defense in every area. So sometimes they deploy more depending on the kind of position out there. So if there are people who are stopped for going to vote there, how come that the security people there did not stop them or call for enforcement? Because there will be security guys roving around to attend to trouble spots. Do you understand? There should be people like that. Move around, where there's any hotspot, go there to intervene. Because to stop people from voting, it takes time. So how come that those people who are that area did not call for enforcement if they cannot stop the dogs from stopping, stopping those who want to vote? So it's unfortunate.
Sorry to cut you short, Silas. I think before we continue, I think it would be better we let Nigerians see what we are talking about, some of the videos of some of these things we are talking, so that they will really have a clear understanding of what we are saying. Well, let's just take a look at the video of some of the activities in the polling booths and some of the challenges Nigerians say they are facing, especially the protests that they are being disenfranchised, not allowed to vote.
For a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go out, so if I see you vote another, I don't look at. If I see you vote another part, go ahead our house. No come joke for here. This territory where you dey, na APC o. Go your house. Go relax.
Now they just carried all our police units here. They carried everything and we left here. Everything. We're here. They snatched it. We're in Tulare, Aguda, local government, Aguda, Atakiele. They carried it. Atakiele. They don't carry everything. Atakiele, we're Atakiele. They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and this thing. They carried everything. Look at it. And put some inside this thing, inside the gutter. Look at it. Carry the unit. We are Atakiele, Ataguda. They carried everything. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. They carried everything and made away with it. Look at all the officials here. We are here. They were just shooting gun. All of us lie down flat. They even beat up some people and left.
See my cloth. Tell me in public, everybody they here. Say if you don't vote for P2B, if you want to vote for P2B, go home. Go to your local government.
So if you want to vote
for P2B, go home. In River State, Unit 18 here for Rumibo. Unit 18.
Well, we can see the protest there by angry Nigerians who were denied their right of voting. And this is happening in a place like Lagos, where they said enough security personnel, especially the military, had been deployed because it is one of the hotspots in the country. Silas, it's like what we are hearing INEC and the security agency telling us is quite different from what we are seeing now in the field as voting progresses.
Yes, George, it's unfortunate that all the work that INEC has put into selection, or the claim that put into selection, and the security agencies have also put in, or claimed that put in there, that they're all showing up in this way. Because whatever you have done over the years, and on the election day, people cannot vote, and people are not secure. You can see how angry. You can see how angry they are. They're not allowed to exercise their franchise, whatever they're voting for. So it's unfortunate, and I think that this should be a lesson going forward. That other elections, the security agencies need to tweak their operations, and they also need to up this game to make sure that people who are created to, who are eligible to vote should vote. It's a right that should not be denied anybody who is willing to exercise it. Let me say something. It's not unexpected that Lagos will be a hotspot. In the run up to the election, all the violence, a lot of violence happened in Lagos when other parties that are not APC tried to campaign there. And you could see how they were attacked and macheted and conscious and all these things. And we saw those things. Another place I would expect also is Rivers, and could be places where you have some governors who don't have the democratic credentials imbued in them. Some of them rule like emperors. Those kind of people, you expect to see that people will deny their right because those in charge of there, of activities there, of things there, policies there, have cornered the place to themselves and are running the way they like to their own advantage. And they expect that the agents, the security agencies working from Abuja will try to mitigate these things so that people can have, other people who are there can have the right to associate, to vote according to their conscience and all that. No expected from election, but if these pockets of this thing are significant, it means that the elections, the votes that will come from there, there'll be a question mark as to, it's their credibility if people are denied that chance to vote. So, who is afraid of what? Let everybody vote. Let us know who Nigerians want in the next dispensation.
Yes, thank you very much. You see, there is reports we have in here that talks carted away about 8 BVAs, while the security agencies managed to recover 3 of them. And that means now that these thugs, instead of the ballot box, their target now has become the BVAs. You see, but the Independent National Electoral Commission has said, while they admitted that thugs disrupted voting in Delta and Katsina states, cutting away 8 bimodal voters accreditation system. The chairman of INEC explained that in this, what is this, Oshimili local government of Delta state, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 BVS machines were lost in the process. The same thing in Katsina state, where the thugs attack in Safana local government. The thugs attack one of its voting locations and snatched 6 BVS machines. But security agencies were able to recover 3 out of the 6. But while the Mahmoud is lamenting that the target now is BVS, said the committee was to ensure elections are free and fair. But it's why he's saying that in the situation room, the observers are saying that there is improvement, especially with the BVAs. At the end of the day, these same BVAs, they don't even capture Wiki. And at the end of the day, somebody had made just that the BVAs would have seen Wiki and said, oh, this entertainment governor. And as soon as the PVA saw Wiki, instead of the VVAs to capture him, the VVAs will spend the other time started singing one of Wiki's favorite songs. I see they paying them, they sweet us, But it's why the news from there is not too palatable for the election observers to claim that there is improvement.
No, the Wiki's issue is just one.
We know, yes, Wiki is in the lighter mood.
If you remember in 2019, there were several incidences of the machine not capturing people. But with the beavers, there is a lot of improvement. You only hear, few incidences because you cannot trust technology 100%. And so if the percentage of improvement is high, then of course you have to give it to the INEC that at least there is improvement. So, but the most important thing is that many people, are being captured by the beaver. So it's not like the machine is not working; it's working, and so you can't trust machine 100%. And that's why the Electoral Commission have manual process of collecting the result, and that's why that the ballot paper is there. So apart from voting from the machine, accrediting yourself and authenticating yourself from the machine, they will have to give you a ballot. So that ballot is also part of manual way of doing things. So I think there is improvement. You don't expect the voting process to be 100% smooth. We are a very large country, and there must be incidences that may not go well. But if you scale the percentage, then you know that at least we have improved. Even the level of violence have improved. The level of violence have reduced, and the level in which ballot boxes were snatched at that time have reduced. So even these people that are snatching the beavers, they just want to disenfranchise their other voters because they cannot use it to do anything.
Well,
yes.
Well, Isua, thank you. Before we go on, Silas, you see, in this election, Nigerians really came out en masse. We even saw a lady with her baby, a very small baby, taking that baby to the polling booth to show you the willingness to vote. But do you know, as I talk to you now, up till now, in some polling units, they are still waiting for INEC materials. For instance, let's just watch the video here is showing us how Nigerians are waiting anxiously for the materials to arrive for them to vote. Some have even started creating a joint there. Some have even started creating a joint there, bringing tables, sitting down and
waiting. Yes, George. The election has been it's like no other in Nigerian history. The enthusiasm is much, and the awareness created in Nigerians to vote this time. If you look at this first time we're having, there's 30 million new voters added to it. I don't have people are going to vote, and so there's a lot of awareness and a lot of enthusiasm. I'm only hoping that INEC does not puncture this enthusiasm, so that because if INEC does this in well as Secretary says, that is that even subsequent elections, Nigerians will be more willing to come and vote. But if they shoot enthusiasm and are disenfranchised or attacked and their right denied them, they will lose hope.
They will lose hope. For instance, sorry,
just,
let me just, before we continue, I think it will be better let's watch another video again to let you know the situation outside there. Because what is telling us here, based on what is coming from the situation room of election observer, is at variance. But Osua is insisting that it might not be 100%. But at least what we are getting here is taking us to a level where we begin to say that one can conclude that perhaps nothing would have changed, unlike what we heard from INEC. Because if you watch the situation outside there, for instance now, let's just take another look of a particular video to show you how the difficulties most of the voters, Nigerian voters, are actually experiencing out there, and let you understand that in as much as
go home.
Said that all is well, it might not really be so.
Ballot paper,
Etiosa local government in Lekki, Ajah, Lagos State.
Go home. They are shooting anyhow. They are snatching ballot paper. They are maltreating everybody that want to vote Labour Party. Go home. Look at Choma Chukwuka crying out.
I can't believe this! Jesus! Look at what is going on! Oh God! Ah, God. My fellow woman, let's say I die. This woman has been touched me. Oh God. I feel so used. I feel abused. I can't deal with this. Oh God. Let's go and stay somewhere. This guy. Oh God. Oh my God. All the ESCC people that came, all the army guys that came earlier, where are they? God.
This is a Butemeta. APC has destroyed everything.
And for my area, this one they happen live and direct now. Wow, see all the votes will suffer for. All the votes will suffer for. Now they carry come pop for Gota like this. Now wow, God, I beg you.
This is a Legushi, no INEC official yet.
We must vote. 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 Help me!
Yes, that is what is actually happening in different places at the polling booth. We could see what happened there in Lekki, where Nigerians are protesting the disenfranchisement, the deprivation of their right to vote. And I think Isuwa has to go back to that situation room and tell the observers that what they're telling us is not far different from what we're seeing.
I think
it's very glaring here.
You are
You
getting
could
it
see
wrong.
somebody
Now,
you could see no, Isuwa, wait before I come. You saw the woman here saying she's weeping for her country, saying that Buhari and Tinubu are one. All these things they have been saying, all these things they have been hearing in the news is mirage. And tell us, you say, all is well.
You have to check the quantity. You have to check the incidences that happen now. What we are saying is that there is improvement in the process. In 2019, there was a lot of violence in Lagos, and that is why the security agency released a report that Lagos is a hot spot. So what you are seeing now is to confirm the earlier security report. Now, in the same Lagos is the largest when it comes to voter registration, but the result that came out in Lagos was less than the result in Kebbi State, and it's because of all these incidences. So because these things are happening, they want to disenfranchise some things, some people. You know, politicians, they have ways of doing things. If there is transparency in the process, they will also try to see how they can suppress the vote. This thing that is happening is all about suppressing the vote, because if they allow these votes to count, they will lose out. And so you must not rule out all these incidences, but in comparison with what happened in 2019, it's less. And that's why they said there is improvement in the process.
Well, Silas, you see, and of course, just don't forget that this is not only happening in Lagos. We are seeing it in other places like in Bayelsa, where we saw youths strongly in INEC office, protesting and insisting that they
even in
Edo State. You know. And in Katsina, where we heard that they took off with six BVAs, only for security people to recover 3. And then in Delta State, Silas,
George, I think that after this election, I think they need to call the IGP police and ask him what his men did during the election. Because, let me tell you something. In any system, any part of Nigeria, any government system, where if it's not working, it's because those who are there have compromised. It's not much about incompetence. No, it's about people being compromised. You can tell me that policemen and so will just be there and allow some talk to come and disrupt the election. If the IG was serious about protecting voters, they will vote people. If they see anybody trying to just shoot aside.
In case you're ever wondering the identity of the lady weeping in that video. The lady in that video is a prominent Nigerian actress.
Oh.
Yes.
So tell you, if you see any person trying to give a warning a week ahead, we don't want anybody to trouble. Anybody who tries to trouble is going to be shot aside. You give that warning order, you give the police the order. If you see anybody shoot aside, then this will know that look, I'm losing my life in this kind of thing. The person will stay home. But you can see, and they took 6 and will recover 3. Okay, the people recovered it from. Did they arrest them? Who sent them? You understand? So I think the security agencies are failing Nigerians in a big way. The NX people who are not showing us, you find out where he's not showing up to his duty post. He has been compromised. There's no way an NX official will be assigned to go to a place if he's not compromised, he's not there, he's not sick. Even if he's sick, we'll call the NX to send someone else. And you're not supposed to go one person. You go to 3. So even if the person is not there, the second person will, and the other 2 will carry on. So to say somebody goes, people are going to vote at the center and nobody shows up. How? So I want to see and I'm sure that NX will, if it's arranged like some people are claiming, INEC finally give himself 80%, But this thing, what you see that there's some kind of technical, rigging that's going on, trying to protect youth and other people from voting for their candidates. And everybody know that most of these youths want to vote in a particular way and are being denied openly and subtly from voting. What I just hope that it doesn't lead to something else after election. Because if people have to agree that their votes were suppressed in order to have a particular outcome, it could lead to violence.
Well, thank you.
Come to that.
Thank you, Mr. Silas. What we are actually Well,
make it Lagos.
you see, we are not getting this thing right. This is not something we call pockets of kids. There says many have been killed in Lagos. And then when you begin to hear election where at the end of the day we are at the peak of voting and you were talking of killing, unlike in 2019 or in 2015 or the other elections where we say post-election violence. But now we are beginning to record issues of killing, and you say, "Is why you are telling me that?"
No, this report they have
Early-
timeline.
yes, early
You
report.
understand? So they will release the afternoon report. The report that we have is the report
Morning
of
report.
the polling, the opening of the polling booths. Yes, and that starts from 8:30 a.m. to 12. And so what is happening now? They will release their report later. But the report that we are discussing about is the one
the
they released
situation room.
from in the morning.
In the morning.
Yes. And we talk about security in Nigeria. Let me say it very clearly that Nigeria security agencies don't have the manpower to, man every polling unit. We don't have them. How many security men do we have in this country? And so if you go outside on the road, you will see them. They are the same people that will be on the road. They are the same people that will be in strategic location. They are the same people guiding VIPs. They are the same people that will be in polling booths. So how many polling booths do we have? The number of security men we have, the number of policemen cannot man this general election. Let's be realistic. So even if the Inspector General of Police is saying that, okay, they are going to release so number of policemen, where are they releasing them to? Are they releasing them based on the number of polling units we have? Or in all the videos, did you see any policeman there? No, it's because the number is inadequate. And so the police, when they say they are deploying, then you need to check that deployment. Where are they deploying these men to? Because if you go outside on the street, it's the same men that are mounting roadblock, checking any infractions and all that. But they are not there at the polling unit.
No, it's okay. I agree with you, sure. But I also want to say that, the how you manage the resources you have matters. You have a lot, but you don't know how to manage it. And you manage it in the wrong way. So I expect that because you know that Lagos has a history of this kind of thing. In fact, in the pre-election, there was really violence in areas who are killed already just trying to campaign in Lagos. So you don't expect to deploy the same kind of security in Lagos are going to deploy in for instance, Enugu, where I don't have a lot of security, even with the type of there, or in Benue, for instance. It's not a question of so you know, sir. So I expect that I think Lagos being the way Lagos is going to be contested in this election, that you have at least 2 policemen in every polling unit in Lagos, complemented by civil defense, DSS, probably army too, or soldiers too. Because you have that thing, knowing that Lagos is what Lagos is. It's not every place in Nigeria you have the kind of passions that are inflamed like Lagos is. Do you understand? I expect that kind of thing also in Port Harcourt. Knowing the kind of politics that are playing in Port Harcourt. Also Kano, because of the kind of politics of Kano too. And maybe Delta. So, those kind of people, the deployment there because they expect more trouble in those areas. Everybody knew that Lagos, if anybody tells me that they didn't know that Lagos was going to go like this, where you have the capital of Agboro in West Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, where you have that one of the big shots there running is also possibly a patron of Agboro. There's no way you're not going to have problem in Lagos. It's not possible. That people have been, if they cannot allow them to campaign or that to campaign, how can they allow them to vote? Do you understand? So to see that you don't see a policeman at all in that area, I said, it's either somebody has been compromised. Most incompetence in Nigeria starts from compromise. Somebody has been compromised, leave this one, don't go there, allow us to have our way. Then after because people do this and believe that they will do bad things and they will not be punished for it. If there was accountability in office in Nigeria, send a NEC official to go and conduct the election and doesn't show up. And you know that he can go to jail for that. Even if you give him 20 million, you can't conduct that election rather than go to jail.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Silas. And from the FCT the nation's capital, the commissioner of police is actually saying that villages in the FCT are more organized and problem-free than the city center, where pockets of reports have been reported. For instance, the commissioners, while visiting Amak and Buhari area council, said there have been reports of missing electoral materials and some not working properly in the city centers, but the villages are not having those issues. But he said he has spoken to the resident electoral commissioner, who assured him that INEC has mobilized staff to be moving around with materials and replace the non-functioning ones with other materials that have been functioning. But Charles, there's something I want to ask, because first of all, we must establish something here. Isuwa has said that despite all this, we can still give it to the fact that there had been remarkable improvement in this particular election because of technology. But at what point do we witness this kind of irregularities, like people being disenfranchised, people being killed, materials not functioning properly? At what volume do we expect to have them for us to say that the election had been marred by irregularity, violence, people cutting away, throwing away ballot boxes? At what point?
No, the way I will look at it is that, when you compare the one of this year, you compare the volume of violence, disenfranchisement, and also of one of 2019, you can now come to a conclusion. For now, you cannot say until all the results are out and all reports are presented. But you're hearing, right now, because of the phone, whenever things are happening, people take it and upload it. So this is happening now. In 2 years ago, nobody would even know they happened.
They were happening.
Unless there's a reporter on ground to file a report. But now you see it in real time. People complaining right from the polling unit. So that's why we are getting to hear these results. So, but we can only give this analysis and comparison when the election is, done and dusted. We now begin to count the data or what happened. But like Sonny said, there's no way you have an election of this magnitude without the bad guys doing what they know best. The job of the security agencies to do what they can to stop them from doing that damage enough to affect the election. And if they have not done that enough, that's why we begin to blame the security agencies for failing Nigerians. Well, they show Nigerians that they are going to provide them security, go out there, vote wherever you are, you cannot be intimidated. People are being disenfranchised and there's nobody to help them. They're even shouting and you're not seeing responses for now. Okay, is that going to now go back and conduct elections so that those people who are shouting will be captured? Are they going to remain survived because the people say they cannot vote? So those are things we're going to watch. But if this kind of pockets of reports are substantial, my only fear is that whoever wins the election, there may be a credibility question on the outcome of the election, whether this person actually won free and fair. Free or fair or not.
Well, I think we'll just quickly take a short break and do some kind of little announcement. And as we do so, we'll come back. And as soon as we come back, we'll be rounding up this particular session of Nigeria Decides. But before we round up, let's do a little bit of our in-house commercials, advertisement, public announcement, and creation of awareness. Don't go offline. We'll be back in a moment.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Nigeria Decides 2023 in Leadership Podcast. And of course, we are keeping you tab with happenings of what is actually going on as Nigerians cast their vote in the Presidential and National Assembly polls. Silas, feelers from our correspondents and from what we are seeing out there is showing that this is not just about Lagos. It is not just about a particular place. The thing is happening everywhere in the country. But before we begin to look at areas where violence had erupted again, let's look at how the voting is going. Some governors are still voting. I think not quite long ago, the Kwara State governor went and cast his vote.
There's a good turnout, but late arrival of INEC officials and material, and malfunction of various machines. But despite that, the people are ready to wait to vote, and I hope they'll be allowed to vote.
What message do you have for Kwara journalists?
Well, yes, they should all turn out and vote. APC will succeed eventually, and I sure Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. Yes, security situation is good. The security agencies are doing their best. Things are calm. Like the last election, things are calm. Minus what, but basically the late turnout of INEC is affecting the voting pattern. So I hope they stay long enough for everyone to vote. Thank you.
That's why their houses, he said.
Well, that was Kwara State Governor Abdul Razak casting his vote. But back to what we were saying, Silas, the violence, the irregularity has escalated. It's everywhere now in the country. Particularly now in Rivers. Feelers from there is that they will tell you clear-cutly that if you are not voting for the APC presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you will not come and vote here. And if they see you insisting you are voting on a B, they will pursue you. And if you refuse to go, they descend on you. And in some places, INEC said that they didn't give them the ballot boxes for the presidential poll. You know, we have those for the National Assembly, and then we have the one for the presidential election. In some places in Rivers, there are no ballot boxes for the presidential poll. In Ondo, some thugs who were causing mayhem were unfortunately arrested by security agents. They killed some. We have the video here, but that will be too gory to show. They killed some, and we saw them flogging some of these thugs. Anymore, they said bullet. You could see bullets flying in the air as gunshots rent the air everywhere. These are reports coming in, and then some people will sit down inside the situation room as observers. I tell you that. I know Esua has said that one was earlier enough. Perhaps anything from them now might deflect all of this kind of report. And in Edo State, they went to destroy most of the polling booths, frustrating people from voting as they had gone out. Mr. Salas, that is enough to say this election of 2023 has been marked by irregularity. Or you don't think so?
No. For the thing that Nigeria is a big country, very big country. These states are repeated in states. We don't know how many parts of the states are involved. It may be that maybe in those states it happened in 3 or 4 places. First, we have thousands of voting areas. So if they swap it in 4 places in Edo, and they also uploaded to the social media, it will not
automatically mean that
it will not. Yes, all the states are down. Lagos is significant a lot. In Rivers too. If it's state organized, like in Lagos, like in Rivers, if it is state organized, everybody knows that who gets supporting, even though it's afraid to say it openly, so that the party and the people will not go against him. But if they're saying if you want to vote for Labour, you cannot vote, that means it's state organized. And the local justices there are helpless because they're in the pocket of the politicians. That's what the problem is. In that case, the NEC has to look at it and find out how they can allow the people of Israel to express their. But this election is about free will. It's a free and fair election. Allow them to have it free. That's of their free will. But when you deny their free will, it means there's not been any election. It means you have just listened to one party state. That will not work. And whatever result to go there, don't go to be credible. Credible free and fair elections. How can it be credible when some people see that some people cannot vote? So we need to look at it carefully, and where they have kept people is unfortunate, like Imo State. If anybody told them Imo was going to be peaceful, the person will be lying, because you have a governor that's an APC governor who came to governors through the court, and the legitimacy of the government and the minds of Nigerians and Imo State people is still, there's a question mark around it. So in order to show he's a party that helped him to become governor against the will of the people of Imo State, you have to show them that he's in charge. And if you have a guy that's shooting there, Imo has been there. How about you've seen going to attack to Gochinyere. It's twice now they went to burn his place down because it's a PDP in an APC state. So everybody knows that even Imo is going to be. Those are kind of places that expect the security to do more. They didn't do more in those places. Allow them to have a way. It means we have a long way to go. But this election has not been. Well, let us wait. Folk can say it has been free and fair. But for now, it's not looking like so.
Well, before Isua will actually say something about what we are now seeing coming in, I think if you might think that this could only happen in Rivers, Edo, and Ondo, let me tell you, even the nation's capital, where you think would have been so secure, it is still not it at all. Now, in Karimu, in Lugbe, there had been this sort of violence and disenfranchisement, no voting, and the rest. Let's just watch the videos here, and you'll see what is happening in those areas in the nation's capital.
Today!
This is Lugbe Abuja, no INEC officials. They are doing everything possible for P2B to fail.
If you're all seeing this, GRA Polo, GRA Ikulu Primary School, nobody's voting. The Beavers doesn't tally with the PVCs. This is done, I believe this is on purpose. For your information, Ikulu Primary School, all the Beavers equipment are not functioning. They don't tally with everybody's.
Everybody is being forced to vote APC.
Go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house. So if I see you vote another, I will call you come. If I see you vote another party, go ahead our house. No control for you. This territory where you dey na APC. Go your house. Go in house.
Yes, so Wike, where do you belong? Why are you forcing people not to vote for P2B? Where do you actually belong? Yes, so Wike.
There was no video.
There was no video.
See my cloth. Tell me in public, everybody dey there. Say if you don't vote for P2B, if you want to vote for P2B, go home. Go to your local government.
So if you want to vote
for P2B, go home. In Rivers State, Unit 18 here for Rumibo. Unit 18.
These Owore Zoba shooting everywhere, shooting.
They are shooting gun, no. We came to vote. They are shooting gun everywhere. They are chasing people. They don't want us to vote. Labour Party, they don't want us to vote. They don't want us to vote, oh. They don't want us to vote. Just look at it. Just look at it. They are shooting gun.
Jesus.
Well, that is what we are, Nigerians are experiencing out there. And Silas, you cannot tell me that these things are cooked up videos because you just saw your own community
I
there.
my town there. I went to primary school in that place. My first primary school was there.
So you can confirm it now.
That's
in
my town.
Rivers,
In Enugu, in some places in Enugu.
from what we are seeing now, they say that Rivers too has joined Lagos. And now you see that even in Enugu now is part of it. Your own.
That's the governor's town.
And then you begin to say in Lagos, they say Isua, in Lagos, they say
this is not going to work.
They are forcing everybody to vote for APC. So these are the situation we find now.
How can they have a federal election?
And it is becoming worrisome that at the end of the day, while we begin, instead of looking at people voting peacefully at the polling unit, what we are witnessing are videos of violence everywhere. So I'll say something again. Let's hear.
Well, you don't rule out this kind of issues in a general election. You know, had it been its governorship election, where we'll be able to have a lot of deployment of security agencies, but of security personnel. But as I've said earlier, this is a general election. It's taking place in every village in Nigeria. So we don't even have the manpower when it comes to security. But let me say it very clearly that if some people are not ready for a peaceful election, there is no way you can get a peaceful election. It only takes, a very firm government to deal with this kind of people, to deal with them, because before the election, there were reports of all these hotspots. And as I'm speaking with you, these things are happening in the same place, in the same places that this security report have been highlighted.
What they do with the report?
So
I don't know what. If you know that there's a hotspot there and you deploy to solve it, what do you achieve with all this happening? You're telling them that the hotspot is here and there's going to violence here, and you didn't do anything to curtail it.
Well,
this government is the most incompetent government that has ever passed this country.
Well, that is what we have been seeing out there, and of course,
before you close, well, let me tell you the one in Enugu State, in my town. the governor is running for Senate. In the Senate under PDP. Now, he has a good challenger on Labour Party ticket. And so there's a fear that if people vote for P2B there, they may just vote for P2B and vote for the Senate person as well. So all this shooting is to make sure that possibly there's no election, they don't vote for P2B, they don't vote for the Labour person as well. But just one. So those that I want to say that, we have not yet, most people are not yet ready for democracy.
Well, in the midst of all the irregularities, the violence, the disenfranchisement, where in some states reports have it that people are being forced to vote for a particular candidate. Well, the major presidential candidates have all cast their votes and they said they are optimistic of victory. Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress stated categorically in an interview not quite long that he will win the election. Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party said he is optimistic that he will emerge victorious. Peter Obi of the Labour Party cast his vote and said yes, he is quite hopeful that he will carry the day in the election. So also is the hope and belief of the presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. Well, it is an ongoing process. Voting is still on, and we'll be keeping you tab with some of the happenings in the polling booths across the country as Nigeria cast their vote. For now, let's just quickly say we'll come to the close of this particular session, take a break, and of course, we will still come back live again to keep you tab with what is actually happening in Nigeria Decides 2023. Have a wonderful day.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample on it. Never exchange it for anything.
Vote wisely. Say no to violence. The power to create a big change is in our hands, and we should use it responsibly.
Yes, we have had enough. It's time for us to rise up and fight. Fight for our rights. Fight for truth. Fight for salvation.
Do not be intimidated. Your votes are valuable. Do not let anyone buy them or intimidate you into voting a certain way. In this forthcoming election, say no to violence.
Dear Nigerians, your vote is your voice. Do not neglect it. Do not trample.
Okay, Your Excellency, I would like to know your impression. Are you satisfied with the arrangement put in place for this election across the country?
Yes, I'm very impressed because I've seen how the people turn up. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy.
What are your expectations having voted, Your Excellency?
Well, the candidate I voted for, I already mentioned it in so many number of states. In Nasarawa, in Katsina, in Sokoto, all over the place. I mentioned my favorite candidate, and I believe my constituency will choose him 100%.
What is your advice to Nigerians as they await the announcement of the results?
Yes, Nigerians should make sure that they have been respected. That means the candidates they want to vote for, they are allowed to vote for him. It is a pity there is only one woman candidate as a governorship from Adamawa State. So the woman should kindly follow our APC presidential candidate, and everybody knows him.
This is the first time since 2003 that your name is not on the ballot. How has been the experience?
It's very exciting. I look at those who are competing, and some of them are so agitated. They didn't know that I tried 3 times. I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. And then the 4th time I said God day, and God sent technology. With permanent voters card, no fraudulent person can come and claim anything more than 1 vote for himself.
This one.
Just one.
What the question? In the house.
To na yi murna cewa al'umma za su zaɓi wanda suke so daga kowace mazaɓa, su zaɓi wanda suke so, amma damfara irin ta da ba ta yiwa yanzu. Yadda da mutum zai zo ya ce zai kawo ƙuri'a 10,000, to yanzu an san zai iya kawo guda ɗaya ne kawai, sai dai in yana da mata 4 da 'ya'ya 20, to wannan yana iya kawo da dama. Insha Allah, APC za ta ci. Yes. Daga Daura har Lagos.
Kashim Shettima da kansa ya zo an gozu da Allah. Ana ce murkule da Kashim Shettima da kansa ya zo an gozu ana ce musu kule. Don Allah jama'a ku gani, don Allah da Annabi jama'a ku gani. Don Allah da Annabi jama'a ku gani. Don Allah da Annabi jama'a ku gani. La ilaha illallah, Nigeria sai a tuku. Sai a tuku Nigeria. La ilaha illallah. Subhanallah. Kashim Shettima ya zo an gosu wallahi mutane suna ta kule. Wallahi Así puro no kule da mu.
you.